Well, good morning, afternoon, evening, my lovelies, wherever you are. I hope you are having a good day. We have had some storms, and some damage. Oh, thank you so much for the resub. yay. So, if my phone rings and I have to take off for a second, I will put my Be Right Back on. But I think we can get through with our flowers. Although, hold on, because I've now moved all of my stuff around. So we are moving a little slow. We were picking up shingles out of the yard, resetting up our fence. So I dropped these. Let's put them all back. Oh, and Binks has the birdies. He can see the birds. Good morning, good morning. Okay. I think we are good to go. Maybe. Okay. So, where we left off yesterday, we had to redo all the flowers. We had to pull them all out. Because our darks were running up against this green and getting lost, our dark blue. So, hold on, I'm setting one more thing up. And now I have black screen. Here we go. Okay. And we'll talk in a little bit about the raid train we've got running across the top. So I'm gonna reuse what I pulled out last night. Yep, and I can already tell you it's going to be better with the lighter blue at the tips. So we ran out of that one. Well, Prophet, it was not good. Toy Rodeo made me go fight something stupid, and I died 4 times in the one fight. It was very ugly. So last night was a total of 8 deaths. Very, very bad. Just very, very bad. And then we had a storm come in, 75-mile-an-hour winds. I've got shingles missing off my roof. We've got 2 sides of our fence that went down. So it is a lovely day. So if I keep disappearing, it's because my phone is ringing. But we are moving on. And I think we are doing Diablo again tonight because I haven't talked him into Stardew Valley yet. So he's supposed to be beefing up my equipment, supposedly. I don't mind dying. I just would prefer, to make it not just fight one person the whole time and then die over and over. So anyway, it was fun and I died. Like all y'all want me to do, I died. I ran into walls, I got stuck on the stairs, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Oh my goodness. How are y'all? And what have you been playing? I'm not sure there's enough of that to mess with, so let's just pull that through. A little chilly, but I am determined not to turn my heat on because I have to turn my air back on at the evenings. But I may have to go get socks. I might have to do that. Did a bunch of switching around in OBS this morning, so I'm just making sure I've got that done. Yeah. You're good. You're playing the new Monster Hunter game. Yeah, I have seen people playing that. Are you liking it? Is it good? Binks is over here scaring off the birds. The birds are going to have to come back, aren't they, bud? They have to come back. Where did they go? Where did they go, huh? Oh, it's a lot of fun. A lot more beginner friendly than the previous ones you've tried. Well, it would probably still be too difficult for me. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. So let's talk a little bit about what I have up on my screen. We have a raid train coming up Thursday. Well, hey Fancy, how are ya? So we have the Crafty Collective, which is one of the groups I'm in on Twitch, which is ran by Supreme Doom 56. We are doing a raid train from Thursday evening all the way through Tuesday. It's going to have 39 streamers, 120 hours, I think is what it is. And there is a link that will keep popping up in my chat, so you can see the raid train schedule. And sorry, I'm being distracted. Seriously. What am I trying to say? So the raid train starts Thursday evening, and it will continue. So it will be continuous streaming. Yeah, it'll be continuous streaming, and it'll move every 2 hours to a new streamer doing some other type of crafting. So it's going to be really fun, and you can put your stream on and just follow along with everybody, and you will find probably some other streamers doing some really cool stuff that you would like to follow. And then my time will be on Monday morning. So anybody that wants to be here on Monday morning for mine, we will then work 2 hours and then raid out to another one. Well, we may start earlier than that, but we will raid out at 10 a.m. Central Time. I think we start at 8 a.m. Central Time on Monday, and then we will continue the train. So there is a link that's going to pop up in my chat that will take you straight to the raid train schedule on the Crafty Collective, and I think it is going to be quite fun. But for 4 days, it'll just keep rolling you over, and you don't even have to think about who you want to watch. Won't that be fun? Do you see a glassmaker on there? That would be awesome. I think there is one. Sorry, my neighbor, the fence is down between our the fence is down, so our fence is down on one side and in the back. So the neighbor that's on the one side has a dog, and so I was letting them know, don't just let their dog out in the backyard. Oh my goodness. Oh good, you've been able to do some lamp work. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. They will love that. I love homemade gifts. we were working on this rug yesterday and we ripped out all the blue, so we're starting over with the blue. We did not like the way the dark blue ran into the green, so we had to switch those out. So that's what we're doing right now. Acts of service is one of my big love. Actually, that's probably my biggest love language. That is something that I think is great for people to know their love languages, because you tend to love the way you want to be loved. And when that's not the other person's love language, then you think you're being, rejected, right? It's a really good. Anybody that hasn't read love languages and hasn't figured out what their love language is, I suggest you do that. Gary Smalley wrote the book. It's very, very good. Because my main one is acts of service. My husband's is words of affirmation. My child's is well, usually you have a couple, so hers I know is physical, and I don't know if hers is gifts or not. But see, giving me a thing of flowers, just that's not a big thing for me. If you say you're going to take out the trash and then it just keeps sitting there, that's a thing for me. So, that wouldn't be normal for most people, right? For me, it's a thing. If you say you're gonna do something and then you're not doing it, it's a thing. Alright, so I'm gonna take this and I'm going to curve this down around a little more. Some of these are just off a little bit. So my chat may aggravate y'all a little bit, but I do have the raid train going off every little bit so that new people coming in will see it. And if they don't stay, at least they'll get an opportunity to see it. So just ignore it, please. If you've already clicked on it, then you will know all the good stuff. So, for those that have just come in, I will let you know if I have to go silent for a minute or throw my be right back up. We had storms come in last night, 75-mile-an-hour winds. We have lost shingles on our roof. We have 2 sides of our fence down. We have been out chatting with the neighbors in our open yards now. And in Texas, you have 6-foot fences. You don't have little fences or no fences where you chat with your neighbors. It's a thing. So it's like, oh, hello. But our neighbor behind us, his shed literally picked up, went over all the stuff in the shed. It's not like the whole shed slid. I mean, it came off the foundation and flew and hit his house at 4 o'clock this morning. So I was like, whoo, that was big. At 4 a.m., I was awakened to knocking on my front door. And I was like, oh wow, the wind must be really blowing, because that is my my sign beating my door. So I got up to open the front door to take that off so it would quit hitting my door. And it was raining so hard sideways straight in to my porch. It took all of my weight to shut the door again once I grabbed the sign off. And I was soaked. It was a thing. So that was a rude awakening for 4 a.m. But it was just water and I will survive it. All right. So you do. Right. I remember the sport. It's the sword fighting thingy with the foam swords, right? That's cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yes, and the one with the dog that I was texting to say, hey, our fence is down, and we've set it back up, but there's a hole, and then, so they're to the side of us with the dog, and then behind us is the other neighbor, and we've got 2 pieces of fence down there, so I can't guarantee that his fence is secure on the rest of the house. And so the neighbor to the side that has the dog is Sus, so I was just making sure she knew not to let that little Pomeranian out, but she said they're putting him on the leash when they take him out right now. So of course our sirens start going off, and it wasn't for tornado, but for the high winds, and it's supposed to be extremely windy all day. So it may just be an interesting day. Good thing you didn't get hit. So this was my husband's rule. So we had a trampoline for our daughter. We lived out in the country. Had a really bad storm, and our trampoline had disappeared. And he said, if it's in somebody's roof, don't go tell them it's ours. We were just kidding though. But the second one, we anchored down really well, like huge anchors in the ground. Someone tried stealing it. They backed up a 4-wheeler to it and attached their 4-wheeler to our trampoline, and they were just going to drag the trampoline to their house. And I bet they got quite the shock when their back end pulled off of their thing. You could see that it had gotten one spring loose, but or it snapped one leg or something, but they did not get the trampoline. It was hilarious. I bet they were shocked. Trampolines can be sturdy if you just don't lose the legs. Alright, I know I've gone back and forth. I kind of did the blue, both blues, and I went to one blue, and I'm kind of all over the map today. But my daughter, I made a call to her. She helped me out. We got to get a U-Haul to grab a couple things from my mother's house. If Toy Rodeo's listening, we have to whisper. There's one piece that if she doesn't want it, I'm taking it. And then it's an antique armoire. And then we've got to go clean out of storage on Friday. And I was like, I don't have time to do that and do all this with the house and the blah, blah, blah. And so she took care of the U-Haul for me. Yeah. And what's funny is we'd already decided to get the U-Haul, and then my mother calls me this morning and says, I'm concerned they're going to be coming so late to get that bed that I'm not going to be able to stay awake. I said, oh no, Mom, we've already changed that plan. We're coming at noon. She was like, oh, good. So that took care of that for her, so now she's not stressed. Hi, Bud, what you doing? Do you see birds? Are there birds? No, you don't. Here, let's turn it this way and you can play with the bat. Try to get those out of the bucket. If he starts staying there, we'll be able to put our Binks camp back up. Wow, that's cool. Oh, it looks beautiful outside at ours right now. It's blue, 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 and sunny, sunny, sunny. It just did a lot of damage as it came in. And we are supposed to have high winds all day. But, again, could have been much worse. We lost a few shingles, or tiles, or whatever they call them now. A neighbor behind us that just had their roof replaced 2 years ago, I think, maybe. Their shingles are completely rolled up in some big honkin' roll. I mean, it is ugly. And they just had that roof replaced. So it could be a lot worse. Yeah, you probably are. That's usually Ohio always got it. You know, they would get our storm behind us. Well, then that's twice, because that house isn't. Maybe it's 6 years old, maybe, and it's had two roof, or it's had, well, the first roof, then the second roof, and now they're gonna have to have a third roof. Yeah, I feel for them. And it's just those straight winds that get up under those roofs and roll the... And it was straight. I mean, it was when I opened the door at 4 a.m., it was raining and blowing straight from the west. All right, so we got the lighter blue done for this round. So now let's go in with our dark. Thank you. This one is for, I'm trying to get this done in 2 weeks because my child is moving and their new apartment's going to have wood floors, and so I'm trying to get this done for her. And we had picked it good morning, says. Is the fence between us the only problem you have? Because I went around picking up shingles out of our yard this morning. And our trash cans were up against your house, so I fixed that this morning. Yes, we are. So, where we live, we have what's called bulk trash. So anything that isn't normally in the trash cans, we have 1 week, one weekend that we're allowed to set those out, and at some point during the next week, they'll come pick all that up. And so we had a couple of boxes out there. One made it down between our houses and over my 6-foot fence and into my backyard. And it wasn't a light box. So that was interesting this morning too. So we were picking all that up. You should see the neighborhood chat thingy, like on Ring. I don't know how many times I've seen somebody's recycle cans in my yard. If you're missing a recycle can, it's here. Or, hey, I'm missing my recycle can on this street. If anybody sees it. So, thank goodness Toy Rodeo put our trash cans up last night. And, yeah, I know. I could use some yarn and some cloth and, yeah, the good stuff. Why is it always trash? And our trash cans sit behind a 6-foot panel. So that means that wind came up and over and blew those trash cans this way when they were right up against our house. It is the most bizarre thing. But now we are crafting and all is right with the world, right? Okay, so it actually, it was in that corner, right? And so there's the concrete foundation, and then they had all their stuff in it, And this morning, it had picked that shed up over all the stuff and landed and hit their house. I mean, it picked it up and over. Like, all the stuff is still on the concrete slab, but their shed is way over here. I talked to him this morning. Okay, are we out of ads? I'm trying to see. Yes, we're out of ads. Okay. So, yes. So, someone's trampoline actually blew out of their yard and hit a transformer. Knocked out the power to the whole area. I mean, for hours. Yeah, well, that one was hanging in the power lines. I don't think she wanted that one, but yeah. It did. It knocked out. And the thing is, we're a few miles from like the Walmart, but I mean, it knocked out the Walmart, it knocked out Starbucks, it knocked out it was from today. Yeah. So at 4 a.m. and of course I don't pay any attention to the sirens because now they go off for everything. High wind, or straight winds, high winds, it just doesn't matter. So I don't ever worry about the sirens anymore. Although I never really worried about them anyway. Oh, well, everybody's getting trash cans. Does she want a trash can? But at 4 a.m., my door hanger, my sign that was on my front door, man, it started knocking. It sounded like somebody was knocking on the door at 4 a.m. And I got up and went, "Aw, man, there must be winds because my door is knocking." So I went to open the door to grab the door hanger off, and it was straight winds, raining hard, and it was coming straight in our front door, and I'm trying to use all my weight to push the door closed again after I got the sign down. It was quite comical. I was wet when I got back to the bed. I'm like, I can't get into bed, and Toy Rodeo barely lifted his head. But I was like, hold on, I gotta go dry off because I'm soaked from the rain. And it was, I mean, straight in. So that was my 4 a.m. My 4 a.m. call. I couldn't even get him to wake up enough to care. I'm like, that is knocking on the door. Which our bedroom's at the back of the house, so it was loud. And I sleep with fans on and everything else. I mean, it was really loud. He wouldn't even move. I think I said, when I got back, do you not hear all of that? He's like, uh-huh. That was it. I was as excited as he got. Yes. There you go. I hear it. I hear the song. I can hear the tune in my head. Huh. And then I thought, what if it's not my door hanger, but I didn't care to turn back around, get my phone, look out on my ring. I was pretty sure it was. Yeah, he didn't even. And I went right back to sleep. I mean, I knew it was windy and prayed over my roof and went to sleep and got up this morning. The fence was down in 3 places and went, oh, I forgot to pray over the fence. It was just one of those days. It was kind of a laugh. We've got I can sleep well unless a light comes on. If a light comes on, like if my Apple box it resets, that light is it's like I'm like somebody could land a plane in this house, it's so bright. But I do well, but the minute a light comes on somewhere, I am wide awake. Wide awake. My husband says my eyelids are too thin or something. Because I know the minute a light comes on. So we only lost just one little row, maybe about 3 shingles on the front of the house. If you look right above our front door, there's one little section at the top peak. So not too bad. But fences are down. Fences are down. I don't know if I'd even want to be a heavy sleeper. I mean, I sleep well, and I don't know. Now Toy Rodeo can be out in a matter of seconds with the TV going and, the lights on, and what is it about guys that can just do that? I have to be, if I even fall asleep on the sofa, then, I am not feeling well, because other than that, I go to my bed, I have to be in my bed, fan going for white noise, and used to be for hot flashes, although we don't have those anymore. But yeah, if I fall asleep out on the sofa, I am not feeling well. Woo! Well, there went all my birdseed, huh, bud? Did you see it? Did you see it? That wind took my bird feeder and flip that lid off. Toy Rodeo, are you listening? Hold on, let me send him out to fix the bird feeder because otherwise I'm losing all the seed. Hey, the winds hit and the bird feeder lid came off and it's tilted sideways. Can you go fix the one on this side, please? Yeah, well, it's just draining it. Okay. Yes, it is. So if the bathroom door opens, you wake up. They need to be closed. You have to be locked in, huh? It's funny how we all learn to sleep differently, right? Like, when my daughter was a baby, I didn't stay real quiet. You know, I ran the vacuum. Oh, he's barely able to stand up. Hold on, let me tell him. That one didn't have one. He didn't have a thing. Oh, okay, we'll go get one. He's giving me looks, people. He's giving me looks. It's like if I had a paper clip, I could put it and it wouldn't fall over. Well, then get one. Hold on, let me find him one. Let me run this to him real quick. I'll be right back. Or I can just switch out bird feeders. Just Daddy. It's fixing your bird feeder. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, see, I am not a horror movie person. My son-in-law is. Those just aren't fun for me. All right, we are going to get this done where I thought we would be yesterday. So we're going to be back to where we should have left off yesterday before I ripped out all the flowers. And we're going to fill in this center section. Your husband isn't a fan either. Well, then that probably makes it worse, right? You don't have anybody to jump with. Okay, so we are going to take, hold on, I have it buried here. We're going to try this gold and see what we think. Hi, Show Me Art, how are you? Welcome in. Show Me Art does beautiful, well actually, so Show Me Art and Art with Suze both have done, I've watched them both do pet portraits, and he does, I've I'm not sure what it's called when you do all the dots. What is that called? It's not stippling. Oh, it is stippling. Okay. So I was close. Stippling. So, y'all have got to go see what he does. It is beautiful. And was that was it a French bulldog or was it a boxer? It looked like one of my boxers. Yes, says go check him out. He does beautiful, beautiful work. And Suz does. Okay, I learned something new. Yay me. It is, and you know, my husband's fascinated. Hold on, sorry, just 1 second. I have to answer a question for my child. My husband is just amazed that you can have the kind of patience to do something like that. Deval is my child who used to be a high school art teacher. She has her degree in museum studies, in her master's. You call it therapy. That's kind of the punching, right? Because I can just punch. If I'm frustrated, I just can just beat things up with my little punch needle.
Should I be worried?
Hold on just 1 second. So Toy Rodeo.
Should I be worried because you're punching things with your punch needle?
Come in here and say that so people can hear you instead of you mumbling back down the
I
hallway.
wasn't mumbling. I said, should I be worried?
That I'm trying to punch people.
Yes, that you're punch needling your
Well,
aggressions.
it's better than me stabbing you, right?
Probably, yes.
So there you go. Sorry, let me just read this real quick. They're moving and she has some questions. Okay. Oh, well, that's true. I could do this form of, it's not quite LARPing, right? Fancy, it's, I mean, they can dress up. So fancy, type in again what the word is. I know it starts with a B. More on the sporty side, right? Yeah, that's what I need. Need a set of boxing gloves. Punch, punch, punch. Now, so this is one form that I do, the punching for rugs. And then there's another one that is what is called traditional rug hooking. And I'll show you one of my samples of that. I've got one not quite done. We had to switch to a commission piece, and I got that almost done. I took a one of my viewers, he sent me one of his wife's paintings, and I turned that into a rug. But I ran out of the final color for the sky, so I'm waiting for that to come back in. So then we switched to this rug, which is for my daughter and son-in-law's new apartment. They are moving, and so I need to get this done in 2 weeks in order for them to take it with them. But let me show you. So the other type I do is called traditional rug hooking, and it uses, so this works from the back and you punch through just like tufting, except it's all by hand. And this is actually called traditional rug hooking. You work from the front and you use wool strips and you pull up loops. And so that's what this one is, that I'm not quite done with it either. I had to throw it to the side to start the commission piece, and then the commission piece ran out, and then I had to move on to the next one. So that's where we are on this. Noodles, yes, you're right. Noodles. They're either called noodles or worms. And then this one we will finish off, and it will look like that, but I don't have the border done all the way around. And I have a couple that I have got to, they're sitting right here staring at me. These are for a book. They're both going to be in a book. These will be my, what did I say, 5th and 6th in books. This one is part punch needle and part hooking. I did a little bit of both. I'm not making the book. Deanna David is doing a book on roses and incorporating rug hooking and the roses together. So this is called the Mermaid Rose. So the important part was that the roses look like true roses. The rest of it could be anything you wanted. So, but the roses had to be like the real rose. So, this one is the Mermaid Rose. And then this one is the Scented Jewel Rose. So the rose had to be done in the colors and like a real rose would be. And then the jewels. So these have to be finished off so I can get them to them. Oh, thank you. It is fun. I enjoy it. You know, probably like all of us, right? We've got 100 projects in our head that we want to do. I've got at least I'm at least 10 rugs out. One of the things we're getting ready to do is Art by Suze. Yes. Yes. I am very good at getting others to try this stuff. They call me the, what do they call me? The good bad enabler, I think is what they say. So yes, it is so much fun. And Suze and I, she has drawn a piece that she is going to paint. It's floral. She's going to paint it realistically, and I am going to put it on a rug and punch it, and we're going to collab stream so you can see both mediums taking place at the same time. And we're going to get that scheduled here. I've had to do a couple things. I have to do a few things to the picture that she drew in order to get it ready for me. So as soon as I worked on that last night, and as soon as we have a date for that, we will let everybody know, because I think that would be interesting to watch two different mediums on the same thing. Yeah, so become one of us. One of us. One of us. We got Crafty Cub punch needling. He had an ultra punch but wasn't using it correctly when I told him what he needed to do. Then he ran with that, and now he's moved up to the bigger punch needle. And we've got the Classy Hooker. She's now designed a rug that she's going to do for her son's room. So we've got it going. You're sold out to stippling and sketching right now, and some acrylic. Cool. And Suze, your favorite is watercolor. And Fancy Pudding does glass work along with her LARPing sword fighting. And Prophet, he's a gamer. Prophet, do you do any crafts? I don't think I've ever asked you. And does your wife, does Feather, ever do any crafts? So at night I stream with my husband and play video games, which I am not a video game player. It is quite scary. I run into walls. I get stuck on stairs. It is so sad. I died 8 times last night because he made me go up to a very hard level. And, yep, show everybody the love. And there will be so many more people. Again, y'all are seeing my raid train show up in my chat. And if you click on that link, it takes you straight to the raid train schedule. So y'all, if you'll just start and just stay on the thing, and it will move every 2 hours, you'll be exposed to so many new people. It's going to be so much fun. And like Fancy saw that there is a glassmaker on there. I know there's sculptors. There are all kinds. We are going to see so many cool things. I try to stay up with who's out there, but they're always adding so many more that I find all the time that there's somebody I don't know. Right, and so she used to do some occasional crafts, but nothing specific. You've done some woodworking in the past, but now you mostly just do some miniature painting. Oh, cool. That's cool. And some of those are beautiful. Oh, no. Well, I hope you're feeling better. That stuff can really hang on. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's right up your alley, Fancy, with all the recycling and the using the, that's what the whole theme is recycle or reuse, recycle, upcycle. So that's the whole theme. So I'll show y'all what I am doing. Over here real quick, and for anybody that hasn't seen it, when I do rug hooking, I have noodles, right? So, or worms, either way. So these are jars of different size cuts, so 3 through 8, and then 8.5 is laying on the thing. And I've had this laundry room rug for probably 8 years, and I haven't done anything with it. So what I'm going to do is only use the noodles that are in these jars and not get into my nice new stash, and we are going to make this rug with just what I have in those jars and get rid of all of these noodles that have been sitting there for a very long time. So that is going to be my goal, I think, and that will be in that theme, because it's real easy to throw them in those jars and then just not use them and move on to newer fabric and bigger pieces. So I thought that would be fun. Yeah. So I was missing the reduce. So reduce, I'm going to be reducing my jars. into something I can put in my laundry room. Alright, and by the way I'm outlining this, I'm going to end up with these little areas that I can higgly-piggly in without even having to divide it up. Look at this. Isn't that going to be nice? And when we higgly-piggly, of course, we're trying not to... An old pasta party, wahoo! We're trying not to... have directional hooking, directional punching, because it does show on the other side, like the leaves are directional and they'll show that because of the loops on the other side, but they grow that way, right? On the background, we don't want any kind of directional hooking. We want it just to blend in because that's not where we want your eye to go. So usually I break up big areas and cut them into sections to then punch, but this is doing it for me by doing the outline. So I always outline. Adds, always adds. Always adds. Always adds. I mean, not always. And then you never know how many ads you've got, because other countries don't always get the ads, or they get like a 5-second ad. So it is hard to judge. How did I miss a green? Well, who knows? And no one pointed that out to me, people. How bizarre is that? Okay, you know that's going to bug me. We're going to have to go back and fix that first. You see, part of my problem, Fancy, is like when people are in here from the Netherlands, like they get a 5-second ad and that's it, and they're already back, and then the others aren't back yet. I never know who's back and when they're not back, and so I appreciate y'all helping me out here. But and since we're sharing the love today, I'll just let y'all know that you saw it at the same time. I know, what happened here? How did I miss that? I was so distracted yesterday by the blue not being what I wanted. I guess I just... In Duval Studios, Duval does beautiful paintings, usually very large paintings. A lot of abstract. I think mainly with acrylics. I missed this leaf right here. The stem of the flower, it's not painted. I mean, it's not filled in. She's not streaming right this moment because, like I said, they're getting ready to move. But she does beautiful work and is a great teacher. Really explains the process, why she's doing what she's doing. Talks a lot, like her mama, and does really well. So if you decide you want to follow her so that when she is back to streaming, you get to see some of her stuff. And she does some pretty large pieces. And I might be a little biased, she's my child, but she really does do a good job. And I think out of the 5 years that she was at this high school, I think one of her students qualified for state competition every year. And she actually had a state winner in one category. I don't remember what that was. Was it acrylics? I know it was the chickens. It was the cutest chicken painting. That's the one that won, right? I think so. She leaves me on and lurks while she works, so she may not hear me. And this one that I'm working on right now is in burlap, very old pattern. 4 state medals, 1 gold seal, which is the all state winners. Right, the best of all the state categories. And it was chickens. It was so cute. No, was it pencil? Oh, now I don't remember. I'm confusing myself. Colored pencil? Because that amazes me too, how they can make colored pencil look so... It was colored pencil, that's what I thought. Man, that takes some talent too, doesn't it? To make those colored pencils really pop and look real. Where you just keep layering and layering. I will get it. All right, I feel better now. We have a stem on that flower. What's sad is I didn't even notice it while I was coloring in the flower. How bad is that? That is bad. That is not very observant. Yeah. Happy little accidents. Alright, I'm gonna get a drink. So because we've got these little sections kind of already broke off for us under my scissors, we're just gonna higgly piggly in here. Did you send me a link? Where'd you send it? I don't see a link. Oh, I see it. Never mind. I got it. Why is it not letting me? Show me the... It's not, it just shows me the asterisks. I'm trying to figure out how to, let me see. Nope. Send it to my email and I'll open it from there. Yeah, this is a link that, so yes, so actually what's really cool about Ko-fi, and I think it's Ko-fi, not Ko-fi, I don't know, could be one or the other. What is really, what I like about it is it's all of them wrapped up in one. It's like Etsy and, how did I just go freaking blank? Patreon and kind of all of them rolled into one. So I can do my commissions through there. I can do my alright, I'm waiting for Deval to send me chickens. If she sends me the chickens, I will throw it up there. But yeah, it does, so it's kind of like Etsy, Patreon, Buy Me a Coffee, Etsy does take a large commission. Yes. So, you can click a thing on Ko-fi to say you want to donate 5% of what your tips and stuff are in order to help them, and they give you some special things for doing that. Their commission is much smaller on sales. Etsy does take, I think, quite a bit because you pay to put the listing in and then you give them a cut afterwards. So I haven't moved any of my Etsy over, and I don't know that I will move like our 3D printed and our laser cutting stuff over. I may just leave it on Etsy, but what I may do is my rugs. Just put my rugs out on Ko-fi along with Etsy, because I have sold one on Etsy. So I've got it set up, and you can do memberships on there too, so you don't have to do a membership through Twitch. If you didn't want to, you could do it through there, or you could just donate, or you can just tip. Well, I have it just saying donate, but I'm attached. Hold on. Wait. Oh, yarn got over my arm. Alright, I don't see an email yet. So yeah, it kind of does it all right in one spot, and that's kind of nice. I can set up, commissions. I can set up memberships if I want to. I haven't done any of that, but if people want to donate to the yarn cause or the wool cause and they don't want to go through, a Twitch subscription, then you can do that there. I just set it up maybe last week. And Fancy, I just want you to know I've missed you. Because you talk. I love my lurkers. And I understand people work. And I understand you have to get quiet. But I have missed you. Just so you know. I have noticed you weren't here. I always worry about Prophet when he disappears for a while. I'm like, I hope everything's alright. And when he pops back in, I'm glad to see him. So I do notice y'all. I see you. Not that you have to be here all the time. I'm not saying that. I'm just wanting y'all to know I do notice when you are gone. That's all I want you to know. Especially, Prophet, if you're AWOL from both mine and Toy Rodeos, then I'm really like, I hope they're okay. I'm sure they're just busy, but we do notice, and we do talk about it. Well, thank you. That's very sweet. I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. I've gotten to where I am really on, I'm not even on Facebook hardly at all. So I use Business Suite, Meta Business Suite, to post to my Instagram and to my Facebook page. But I've been working on a commission, so I haven't posted about the commission because I didn't want it, her to see her painting out there somewhere by accident somehow, when they run ads and all that kind of stuff. So I've been kind of quiet on there, but I barely go on my Facebook. My child has to tag me in something to get me to even look at what she's wanting me to see, and it's usually about animals. So, but I've cut a lot of that out, the negativity and I just refuse. I don't need to know about people that much, what they're doing, if it's all going to be ugly. So, and I do, I have to post and I have to, do all this. And now I'm streaming with Toy Rodeo, and there are times I get tired of hearing my own voice. And the last thing I want to do is go look at a bunch of negativity. And I have my 82-year-old mother and my disabled brother, and I was on the phone with her today and said, Mom, I just need to get the child moved. Once the child's moved, then Not that the child is a lot of trouble, just we're having to rearrange some things to get things done before they're gone. Right. And you know, for me, I'll see something posted and I'll be like, but is that true? You know, so then I'm down the rabbit hole because I won't even believe anything anymore that I see. I go and look to see if there's like 3 other sources saying the same thing, because if there's not, then, you know, you can't trust any of it anymore. It's hard. Now, my mom's a news junkie and has been, you know, for many, many years, so hard to break her of it. But she's always like, well, didn't you see this on the news? No, Mom, I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. And I'm getting busier on here. I've got the collab with Suze that we're going to do, and then I've got a collab with C. Jamie Sims. She usually, so she does like crafting Fridays, I think. Other than that, she plays Sims games. But she wants to learn to do the Ultra Punch, so I designed her 2 daughters door hangers to go on their bedroom doors that she wants to put in their Easter basket. And so we're going to do a collab on March 21st, on that Friday, where I'm going to teach Ultra Punch. And so we'll both be on screen and she's going to be learning while I'm teaching. So that will be fun. We've got the raid train this weekend. I've got Suze. She got me the drawing, and I'm working on it to get it converted to what I need. And as soon as I'm close to knowing when I will have that carried off, then that will be good. And then I play video games at night on Toy Rodeo's stream. I've been invading his stream lately because there hasn't been really a new game he wants to play. So I'm invading his stream, which is quite comical. And I will say, if nothing else, you should go over, and I'll give him a shout out. You should go over and at least watch the clips where I'm in it, because he keeps cheating me and changing my stuff. Okay, she has not sent me that. But here, let me shout out him so y'all can see the clip. It is quite silly. I'm horrified that he has changed my stuff. Oh, and there's a clip of Binks. Binks joined us for one of our streams. You get to see his beautiful blue eyes. Y'all can see how big he is when I'm holding him up. He's huge. Your family posts a lot of not true info. Yeah, yeah, see? Have you popped in when I was in there? Because that's when it gets really quite out of control. Just quite out of control. The son-in-law streamed with him on Friday night. And since he already had the setup, then I jumped in on Saturday. And then I've been in on Sunday and Monday. I just haven't left him alone since. But my gaming system is in there. So. And he pops into my stream, so it's okay. We're together 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we still like each other, so that's all right. I would say that is a success. And after we get this done, I'm going to pull this off and flip it over and let's look, see what we think so far. Really, it needs to the gold needs to come out here too on this side. But let's look at it once we have this filled in on this back side. And I still have to get my taxes together.
Welcome. You're welcome. Welcome to my life.
Thank you, Pikes Bum, for the follow. We appreciate it. Oh. And I was an accountant my whole life. It's like once I get into it, I'm good and I can rock it. It is the starting for me. It's just I have everything from everybody and I've pulled, but I have all this, the crafting and the because I use it on streams and blah 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 blah. So there's a lot in our 3D printer and our our wood and our supply, and it's just and I have everything pulled. I have all of our invoices. I have all of our. I just need to sit down and actually put it all together and the deductions for the house and if I would just sit and do it, it probably wouldn't take a few hours and I would be done, right? And then I could call and turn it over to somebody else. But it's the starting. It's just sometimes it's overwhelming. I know. Oh. It is. It's just sometimes easier, right? To keep shoving it. But then I keep trying not to be like my mother because I do hers too. Because it started overwhelming her, pulling all her stuff together and all of that a few years ago. And so, I'm like, Mom, we need to get that done. Oh, not yet. Oh, do we have to? Let's don't do it yet. Let's wait. And she keeps putting it off, and I'm like, it literally will take us 2 hours. I mean, I have hers down to such a system. I'm like, it won't take any time. Just sit down. And then when we're done, I'm like, see? It's over now. Look how painless that was. And you worried about it for months, trying to wait to get it done. So that's the way it goes, right? Sometimes we can't get out of our own way. And the minute it turned March, I went, oh, I've really got to get on this. And how are we already in March? Okay, let's get to right here, and let's go ahead and flip it and see how it's looking. Now, I will tell y'all that this rose will need some work on the other side, but that's all trimming stuff that we'll do later. So it looks a little scary at the moment, but it will be good. rolling. Don't have to really worry about rolling right now because I don't have any pieces punched. And this is huge. It's a 45, well, it's not huge, but 45 by 45 is what we're working with here. And it's taking a minute to get it swung back around. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's trim some of this off. How did I get the hiccups? Yay, ads are done. They're just that necessary evil. I do appreciate people sitting through them. Because you don't make much off of ads. Alright, we're almost there. And I pulled the brown that we did this outlining with. See, there needs to be a lot of trimming done right there. The brown that we put in that rose, I've pulled out to kind of do some of the veining and the stems around here. All right, so let's take this, put it in our little trash can. Now there's still a lot more that needs to be fixed on it, trimmed up. And see, I could sit here all day doing that, so we won't. We leave it alone. We leave it alone. Alright. I definitely like the brighter blue against this darker. I think it makes it pop even more. Right? So now let's go ahead and do the gold around this outside. And I think that gold's gonna work. Now she will tell me if she doesn't like it. And next week we may be changing things. But I think it's looking good. It's looking good. Let's flip it back over. Somewhere I've probably stolen the blue that's supposed to be our main background. This one right here. So I had to order some. So we've got that coming, along with the color that I have to finish the other piece. And then I can't remember what date I've got to have this stuff done for the book thing, so I sent them an email last night asking, because I cannot remember. Alright, so alright, I'm gonna drop this back behind here, because with the burlap, the tacks do poke quite a bit more through the thing. I just poked myself. Alright. And I am right at my frame's edge right there, so let's start here and just try to work past that real quick. Alright, y'all can see everything I'm doing, right? So, depends what else she's gonna do with it. Like, have you seen the rugs I have in other books? Okay, so this book, Designed Like an Artist, she designed, so Deanna David designed this piece, and then I hooked it, and I sent it to her, and she still has this one, and this was done like a year ago. She still has it because there are some art shows that it's going into, so she still has that one. And then I designed, well, so she had an idea, everybody take the Van Gogh chair and just make a challenge out of it, right? Hook it. And so some people did this. Here's some of the Van Gogh chairs that were done. I think that was it. So yeah. So these were the Van Gogh chairs, but I did this. I just kept seeing it as an Andy Warhol. So instead of taking it and doing it in that Van Gogh style, I took Van Gogh's chair and did it in the Andy Warhol style. And so I did get this one back after it did, I think it did 2 art shows. And then I sold this one. So I don't have that one anymore. And I don't have the other one from this book because it's still traveling. And then she did a, what's called the Haunted Rug book. And so she did a bunch of patterns, and she designed the patterns on these. I didn't do any of this. I just did the punching. So she designed this pattern, and then I punched it how I wanted to. And so I took the pictures of these, and I did not send these in because they weren't going in a show. So I took the pictures of that one, and then so I still have that one, which may go up on Etsy soon. I haven't decided. And then she designed this one, and I did the punching of that one, and then I took that picture and that picture, and I still have this one. So it just kind of depends. So I have sent her an email asking if I'm supposed to send them to her or if I'm just supposed to take pics. So I'm waiting for an answer back on that. And the 2 that I did, the Scented Jewel and the Mermaid, she had done a, she is just really a great lady, and she is always wanting the process not to die out, and it was starting to die out, the rug hooking. And so she had done, she has a Facebook page called Rug and Punch Needle Club, and it's Ribbon Candy Hooking is who she is. And she had done last year 31 Days of Roses, and she did a new pattern every day for 31 days that you could just freely download, or whatever. And but then she decided to come back and do a book on it, and so she asked me to do the Mermaid Rug and the Scented Jewel Rug for that book. So that is what I've done. And again, right, that's one of those things I've had them done for 2 months because you haven't even seen me working on those, and I worked on both of those online, and she knows nothing about Twitch, so I tell her I always represent her on Twitch. But I've had those rugs done for months. I just haven't finished them. It's the finishing. Ugh. So Jamie and I see Jamie Sim, we've decided we may do a once a month Friday collab called Finishing Friday, and just make ourselves finish things that we need to get done after I teach her how to do the so out of the ones I showed you, I only designed the Warhol one. She did those designs herself. Now I have designs I've done, and I did some fall one. I tend to love fall. The Mermaid Rose one she designed, so that was part of her 31 days of May of roses, 31 days of roses. She designed both of those, and then she asked me to hook them. So, and I could do anything I wanted with the design, colors, whatever. She didn't care, but the rose itself had to look like the real rose. That was the only criteria. So I have 31, I have a whole ton of rose patterns. And then I'm not a Halloween person. I'm not into the horror stuff. So when she started doing the design, the haunted rug, I wasn't going to do any because most of hers were, you know, witches and things that, skulls and, you know, like a skull and those kind of things, and that doesn't interest me. But then, see, like, but then she did those, and I thought, oh, those are cute. I would do one of those. See, just, you know. So it took me a little while to find one. Like, she had some cute cat ones, but it had witches in it, and so that wasn't really my thing. And but there is a couple now out of here that I might do next fall, which would be fun. I'll have to look at it really, because she does. And I don't do, what's kind of cool is, like she doesn't say, oh, you can only use wool, right? I mean, there's all kinds of fibers in these things, and, all kinds of fun stuff, but it's hard to find people that don't do the primitive rug hooking. And there's just, so, you know, again, for me, it's more of that positive, like that's just a squirrel with fall leaves and acorns. You know, that's cute. I could do that. But again, my colors would be different, and I'm really not a, what do I want to say? I'm not a mind to, and of course we don't get any of that down here. Ours doesn't start till December, and we get like a week if it has rained. The primitive look that folks already, you know, New England, colonial folks, primitive, that is just not my thing. So that's hard too, and that really is her thing. So when she's designing some, yeah, I don't do Halloween. I love fall, and my decorations come out September 1st. We don't wait till the 21st. We do it the 1st. It's still 110 degrees here, but I have beautiful fall trees in my house, and with, you know, lights in them, and they have the fall leaves, and I do all the decorating, and then I don't change that until the day after Thanksgiving. So I do fall. I just don't do Halloween. But see, my husband's birthday is right around there, so of course he always had a Halloween birthday party, right? So bonsai trees, that's cool. Do you have live ones and you trim them and cut them and do all the stuff you have to do? Now I do have a cherry blossom tree that I do in winter. I love cherry blossom trees. Ooh, I bet, are they finicky? The only plant that I will keep in the house. Oh, you're in a local bonsai club. That's cool. The only plant I will keep in my house is a peace lily, because I know that when it droops over and it all falls down and looks really sad, then I water it, and within a couple of hours it's standing straight back up again, and it's good until it droops again, and that way I know how much to water it. That is the only plant I have figured out. Y'all, hold on just a second. Somebody's ringing my doorbell. I'm sure it's roofing people. You have a card? Wow, roofers are already hitting the neighborhood. Isn't that amazing? Already hitting the neighborhood. So, if y'all are just coming in, we had a storm come through last night. 75-mile-an-hour winds.
Probably gonna get a lot of those today.
Yeah, we probably don't need to answer the door anymore.
No.
So we 75-mile-an-hour winds last night. I went and picked up shingles off of the ground this morning. We only had a few. We're not like some of these houses. A few of them, I mean, the back ends are rolled. I mean, we've got a neighbor, his is just rolled up. It's bad. And they just replaced that roof 2 years ago. And we have three panels of fencing down in our backyard, one to our next door neighbor and one behind us, or two behind us. So we were out talking to them this morning, and at 4 a.m. there was this knocking on my door, and I thought, what is that? It's my sign that I hang on my front door. I decorate my porch every season. And so I went to open the door to grab it because I thought, oh, the winds are really high and it's loud. And I opened the door and the wind was straight line winds, 75 miles an hour. It was raining straight at my front door. I opened the door to grab the door sign. I get soaked. I'm using all my weight to push the door back closed, to get it closed and locked. And I just set the sign down and went, dried off, and got back in bed. Sirens were going off. But we did have some damage this morning. And of course, the roofers are already out. So that will be annoying all day. They are all going door to door, wanting to give an estimate, climb up on our roof. So that is where we're at today. That was the excitement we had at 4 a.m. At 4:58, I get a text message from my child saying, we're having sirens and our building is shaking. So they rode that out. So it has been an interesting morning. So my phone's probably going to be going off a little bit. My doorbell apparently is going off, although we're going to ignore the rest of those. And we're just going to keep on with our day. We do. And now they go off for high winds. They go off for all kinds of goofy things, so I ignore them. But I am a Texas girl. I've been through a lot of tornadoes. I think Toy Rodeo said he thought he heard the sirens at one point. So it says they were going off, but they didn't go off till much later. I didn't hear them. I never heard the sirens. I heard the knocking on my door. So, and really, it wasn't as much about the knocking as I thought. I don't want to lose that sign. I better go get it. And I'm glad I did, because the winds were so bad. Our neighbor behind us, who we were like seeing all of each other because our fences are down, his shed was on a concrete slab, stuff in his shed, and the building itself picked up and moved and hit his house, and the rest of the stuff is still sitting. I mean, it's not like it slid, because it would have slid all the stuff with it. It lifted and sat back down. And we had stuff in our backyard that was big that would have had to lift up and over. And where Susan's house is and our house, you know, you can walk between the two houses, and we have a 6-foot fence in front of our AC that hides our trash cans on the outside of our backyard fence. So that wind had to have come up over that 6-foot fence against our wall of our house to shove, because my trash cans were up against her bedroom windows this morning. So, I mean, that moved it away from my building, behind a fence, and across and up over a little whoopee, because we're all kind of staggered, to hit hers. Yeah, I never panic. I hear them. You know what it tells me? That it's 1 o'clock on Wednesday. That's how I know when. I'm like, oh, it's a Wednesday, 1 o'clock. The sirens are going off. So they do test them once a month here. But they've gotten to where, because people sue, that, you know, the warning sirens didn't go off and blah, blah, blah. Now they go off for high winds. Couple of other things, and so now you don't really know if it's a tornado or if it's just bad weather. But we did not have to chase our trash cans down the street, so that is always a plus. Always a plus. And we've been kind of nursing the fence anyway. So I checked on my mom. They didn't have any damage, so that's good. Oh, I was wondering why it was dark over here, because I moved my light. And everybody sees my raid train thing going off in chat. If you're wondering who's streaming when, you can click on that link and there is a schedule. It's gonna be fun. I have a project planned. If you were in here earlier, you got to see it. I already forgot What was the first R? I forget. Let me look back here because she told me. On normal recycling, reuse, recycle. There's an R before that. I want to say rehome, and I know that's not it. Reduce, that was it, reduce. That's the R I couldn't remember. Reduce, we're reducing. And we have an ad coming in. Ads are over. Yay. What are you doing, bud? Hold on, I need to spread his blankie back out. Is your blankie not where it's supposed to be? Is your blankie not where it's supposed to be? There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I think so. It's gonna look good, isn't it? Because they were looking a little dark. Oops. Okay. This is what happens. Look at this. I need to move that farther over there. Go here. Maybe that'll help. So if you're punching away and all of a sudden it doesn't punch in, it starts making this line like that, and it just makes a straight line. Can y'all see that? No, you cannot see that. I don't know why this does this. So when it starts just doing this where you can run your finger under it, it's stuck somewhere. You've either got it under your arm, or it's stuck around something, or there's a knot in the skein, but it's not you. It's just that it's hung somewhere and it can't keep going. And that's where people stop doing this, because it frustrates them, because they keep saying, I can't do it, it doesn't stay in. Well, it doesn't stay in because it's getting hung. So now they're actually posting the numbers on the sides of the trash cans because there's so many piling up in certain areas. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, this is gonna look good. Alright, so now we're to our Higgly Piggly. We'll just do it by little sections. I'm gonna slide this back up here a little bit so y'all can see. Yeah, you missed yesterday. I was saying my mother complains because everything I do is fast. And, I've been told on several occasions, you're the fastest talking Southerner I've ever heard. So, I am trying to slow it down a little. It's not a bad thing unless, you're trying to walk with your 82-year-old mother, or you're trying to get her to... I have to be really careful not, to run over while she's trying to process what is being said. There's some of those things that I'm, when you're waiting for an answer. Yeah, and you were at the Four Corners, isn't that what you said? Because I lived in Albuquerque. My dad was a DJ. Giggy, thanks for the check-in. How are ya? And if you're gonna lurk, that's good too. Awesome. Giggy's another one of our TCC streamers. You will get to go to his channel on the raid. I'm assuming. I haven't actually read the schedule to see who all is streaming. Are you streaming, Giggy? On the raid. Speaking, not right now, but you will later. Okay, cool. So speaking of the raid, there is the sound alerts that has the link to the schedule. So anybody that's wanting to see who's when, you can go there. And if you can't start the raid with everybody on Thursday evening, then you can always go to that link and catch up to it wherever it's at the time that you jump in and ride the train with everybody else. Just talk too fast for some folks. See, and of course, I don't think New Mexico people have accents, but then again, I don't think I have an accent, so I only hear it when I say a couple of words, and that's only because my husband makes me say those words over when I say them, because he's like, what did you just say? And so I hear it then. But I have this accent. You're doing the overnight shift during the raid train. Ooh, you good boy. Good for you. I told her I would if she really needed those places filled, but I would prefer not to. So that'll be fun. Yep, he's going to be graveyard shift. So he does really cool. What he has started doing is he draws beautifully, and he is now taking those drawings and converting, which Giggy, if Toy Rodeo was in here at the moment, y'all could just have a big old chat. Oh, and my child's in here, who was a high school art teacher. She hates Blender. So he has taken his art now, and he's putting it in the 3D printing program, and he's printing it flat, like a drawing would be, right? And making coasters out of them. It is so cool. He is doing a really cool job. Very, very fun. But of course we can talk 3D printers and Blender and Fusion 360 and all that all day. Yeah, y'all will have to go check him out because he has been doing some really cool stuff. Waiting on the pink filament to come today. Yay. Yeah, I saw that cutting and I thought that would be beautiful when you actually have the pink. That will be so cool. So we did a beautiful cherry blossom tree with either the moon or the sun behind it. And he was printing it in different colors because he didn't have pink at the moment. So when he gets that pink, that is going to be gorgeous. So if you're not following Gigi, please follow him. You will like what he has to do, because he turns it into something else, and it's really cool. Huh. My daughter sent me a video yesterday of a girl that is taking so I'm only guessing what she does with it, but it's like filament, but it runs through almost like a hot glue gun kind of thing, and she designs the piece by hand, 3D, and then like she did a face, and then she takes on that face. Do I have that clip? Let me see. I think she tagged me in it. I think it was it a Facebook? And then she takes that face and then takes cross stitch thread and paints the face with that. Let's see. Oh yeah, here. I mean, there's so much you can do. It was just so cool. So this is called Art You Hungry. Instead of Aren't You Hungry, it's Art You Hungry. Let me see. Oh, hold on. So I don't get dinged. So I don't know if y'all can see that. Let me see. So she's taking the filament, melting it through this gun thingy. But I want you to see the face at the end. So she did the same with this face, and now she's taken DMC floss and embroidering that face onto it. I mean, seriously, there are talented people out there. And I just tell Toy Rodeo what I want done with the 3D printer, and then I let him design it and figure it out, how to make it work. He built me off of a picture, my 18th century tape loom. A couple of weeks ago. Now I've got to learn how to do tape looming. We were talking earlier about my people that when I don't see them, then I start worrying about them. Not that they have to be here all the time, but I see one lurking. It hasn't been able to be here in a few days, I'm just saying. You can't hide from me. So we have all kinds of 3D printed stuff on our Etsy. We do a lot of fidget rings, fidget spinners, and then we have our laser cutter engraver, which is what you saw me playing with the other day. That would have been a really good reuse, recycle, upcycle And we do custom fabrications also. We do. We did what were they? 9-inch skull and crossbone cookie cutters for somebody? Or were they bigger than that? I don't remember. They were huge. And then on the laser thing, instead of having a business card, Toy Rodeo made me a key ring that has my Etsy SQR code, and then on the back, everywhere that you can find me. 9.5. It was big. Well, there were two of them. One he had designed, the guy had designed, and we just redid it, and then one we had that we made much larger. But that was interesting. We like a challenge, don't we, Toy Rodeo? And Gigi, I called Toy Rodeo in to see your stuff printing. I was like, look what he's doing. How cool is that? Oh, hold on, bird. I don't know what that wind gust was, but it was a lot. But that bird, he was going to hang on to that bird feeder. He rode it out. He did like it. He thought it was very cool. We like to solve needs. Uh-oh. We've said his name too many times, people.
We did.
Here he comes.
We designed practical things too. We made clips for the trash can to hold the trash can bag in place.
We were tired of the trash bag sliding.
Yep. And we made clips for the balances to hold them in place on the shades, because you're tired of trying to buy those little plastic ones that break all the time.
Yeah.
I made better ones.
You did. You did.
And now we can print them anytime we need them.
And then my tufting frame is really large, and I don't always have that large of a piece of fabric, nor am I doing a piece that large. So you built arms?
Yeah, I built a custom frame arm in 9.5-inch segments that lock into place just like the aluminum bars
of my
on
frame.
her tufting frame. Except for these are made out of plastic.
See, we said his name too many times. Here, hand me my loom that you made me. It's right there. It has to come out through the top. So I gave him a picture and said, I need this. And so he made me a tape loom. And it's what you use to bind your rugs with. You have all these little holes, and you bring your DMC floss through, and you braid it and do all that. And you roll it, and you keep your yarn in here, your fiber in there, and he did that off a picture. I thought that was pretty good. Now, we have had some really funny messes where things look like they're touching and they're not solid, and they're not this or that, so it's all a learning process.
I don't know if the baby bird sees left in that bird.
I know. You should have seen the bird a minute ago. He was like a bull rider. He hung on to the side and stayed. Binks, you're missing all the birds.
Well, I got some of your stuff done. Well, I got all of your stuff done for tonight.
Okay.
Am
I going to be happy?
Now having an authentication login issue, and I can't get back into D4, so.
Uh-oh.
Well, you're up to almost 7,000 in
He is like the Candyman. The Candyman can.
power or whatever. You're like 6,940 or something like that.
Well, that's not enough.
Oh my goodness gracious.
He's talking about my character in Diablo 4.
Oh, and until you finish the main campaign, I can't do a couple of things that you will need to do to get more power.
Okay.
Okay. Their storage thing is lifting up off the ground again and then setting back down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, from the wind.
Wow.
I
I
saw
thi-
him out there trying to pick up some stuff earlier.
I think he works from home, right?
Looked like it. Yeah, he's trying to disassemble it, it looks like.
Oh. In between his calls, probably. So our neighbor's storage unit that moved, I think he's trying to take it down so it doesn't catch the wind anymore. Because now it's not on a foundation. So I died 8 times last night because he's making me play on really hard levels of Diablo 4. So he supposedly upped my gear. We'll see. He says if I would just watch these people that stream and show you what to do with your gear, I would know these things. But that's what I say. He can just do it for me. Hello, my baby. What you doing? Are you out of treats? Okay, hold on. We get you some
What does he need?
treats right here on the thing. Him's out, Daddy.
In
Him's
his
out.
bowl?
Not a ton. He doesn't like it when they get old. That's enough. Say thank you, Daddy. Say thank you, Daddy. If you see that guy back out there, you might need to go out there and help him.
Oh, yeah, if he needs my help, I don't know.
Well, because I think he's trying to do it in between calls, probably. Because when we saw him earlier, he was like, I have to go back into work.
Oh, he just took a piece off so he can get inside.
Oh, to move it back?
No. And this way, at least the wind will actually come out of it, so it won't be like a giant parachute.
Alright. What do we think? It's looking better, isn't it? She wants this next one to be white, the background to be white. So we'll see how that looks. It should look comparable to the one I did, the bigger one I did earlier, a couple weeks ago. See, when you're in big areas like this and you've got the continuous feed, you can move a little faster than actual hooking. I don't think Gigi has seen my real traditional rug hooking rugs. Let me pull you some of my others. So I have two that are getting ready to be in a book. I've got to have them finished off by sometime this month. So this is one I traditional rug hooked. It's called the Scented Jewel. And it's going to be in a rug hooking book that also is a dual, it's kind of an encyclopedia for roses. So the rose had to be what the true rose looked like, but the rest of it we had liberties with. So this is called the Scented Jewel rug. So I hooked that one. This one is also going to be in that same book, and this is called the Mermaid Rose. And what I did on this one is punched most of it. I was going to punch this rug. The roses had to be look authentic, and the Mermaid Rose is a vine rose. And then what I did was I punched the outline of all the scales, and then I hooked the inside of the scales, because I have this over the wool. I have an iridescent layer, and so it makes them sparkle. So that is that one. And then this one we were doing, but we needed to work on a commission piece, so I moved this one off, and I have a little bit to go on it, but I wanted everybody to be able to see what it would look like finished. So I have one border done, one end, but I have some background to fill in on the rest of this. And so that's that rug. And this one's all traditionally hooked with wool. I do a lot of pieces that go on the wall with noodles, yes. Fancy loves that it uses noodles. And this is another one of my finished pieces. This one's big. It's a large oval. And you can see my hair all over it. And here's the center motif on that one. And that one is all hooked with wool. And this one I was very energetic's not the word, but I used size 3 noodles. Size 6 out here in the black. Yes, this one is completely finished and even bound. I've even done the binding. So, but all of the flowers, I did them in a 3 cut. And then the background I did in a 6 cut. And I did a 6 cut on the border, but the flowers to get the shading and the different colors, I did those in a 3. That was very energetic of me. Hey, Jamie, I was talking about you earlier. Were your ears burning? Oh, my black rug that I just had up there. So Jamie is the one. Yes. So Jamie has a channel also. She is the one that we're going to do Friday the 21st. We're going to collab, and I'm going to teach her how to do the Ultra Punch. And yes, I know, Jamie, I have a note right here that I have got to send you that email. Yesterday got away from me. Yeah, it's getting there. And then Jamie was here yesterday when I started pulling out all the colors and was like, oh my goodness. But Jamie and I are going to do a collab on the 21st for the, and I knew I had that right, 21st, yes. To teach her how to do the Ultra Punch. I designed her girls some door hangers with their names on them. So we're going to do that. And then Jamie's the one that I said we're going to start doing at least once a month a collab on Finishing Friday, just to make ourselves finish projects. We hold each other accountable. Oh, good golly. Hold on, let me look and see who's at my door, because if it's just another roofer, this one knocked like they knew us. Yep, just another roofer. I know. Me too. Me too, Jamie. I have lots of things that need to be finished. We had huge storms that came through here last night, 75-mile-an-hour winds, and so we have roofers that are, well, it didn't take them any time to get out here. So they're all knocking on the door today. They can just stick their card on my door. I'll probably have 10 by the end of the day. What do you think? So, yep. We're going to teach people to Ultra Punch on the 21st. And that will be fun. So how are you today, Jamie? She is part of the TCC also. Okay, I'm just going to see what the winds are at right now. Doing more video editing. You know, that is a lot of work, isn't it? It just takes... we're only at 27-mile-an-hour winds right now. That's just a breeze. Just a light breeze. That's what I was trying to explain. And you know, my mom just assumed I was making it up until someone else started saying, like, so I take my mom to my hairdresser, and she was talking about me doing all of this, and I said, you know, it's a lot of work. It's a lot more work than people realize, and how time consuming, especially if you're going across several platforms, right? And the hairdresser was saying that she was doing, I don't know if she was doing extensions on a girl or what, but it was 6 hours. The girl was in her chair 6 hours, and she was working on editing one video for the entire 6 hours. And I'm like, yep. You know, and if you're trying to go across platforms and you're trying to, you know, like I don't get a lot of my response from TikTok, so I've just kind of, every once in a while I'll post a piece on there, but I don't do it very often. And I don't pull a lot of clips off of mine, to be honest, but I know 6 hours. I don't have 6 hours to do something like that. But and I like, you know, I can sit down and schedule several, like on Instagram and Facebook, I can use Meta Business Suite, and I can schedule out, right? So I can do several, just sit down, do a bunch, and then just let them go every day. And ouch. Look, we're on our last little section here. Which is why I'm really bad about, I have really added alerts and commands slowly, just because, you know, you just don't have time to keep up with all of that. My husband is much more disciplined than I am at that. Sure, that'd be great. I love Lurks. I'm on for another hour and a half, it looks like. I really appreciate you. Now in this next section, we're not going to be able to fit the whole thing in at once, so we're going to work in areas. Alright, let's take this back off, trim it up for this section, and see what we think. Whoa. Alright. We'll still have to do a lot of trimming up there. But we have our first 2 sections done. See, I can just keep picking and picking. Let's not pick, but let's just get that off there real quick. All right. So there we go. There is our first 2 sections. So I am going to flip it back over. And we're going to work on the next section. So, hold on. Oh, sorry, I'm hitting y'all. I'm hitting y'all. I don't mean to. All right. I'm going to move this. I threw that away. All right. Let's go right here. And this is where I had just punched it earlier because we were trying out the colors just to see. And since we're doing white background here, since we're doing white, we're not going to have a problem with these being the opposite unless Duval wants them turned the other way. And then we'll do the yellow ones in these bigger ones, and then the greens, and then the white for the section. So just looking at that, let's move our camera back because of course it's gotten hit as usual. Right? As usual. These will be yellow, blue, greens, white. That's where we're at. So I'm going to take the gold and put that down on another shelf for right now. And I don't need this color yellow at all. So I'm trying to clean up as I go a little bit because I'm going to be working on quite a few colors at once here. And did my music get much louder? Whew. I get much louder for y'all too? Man. That song was loud. Alright, let's see if I can move it just a little more. If I can move the camera just a smidgen. Okay. We still have this blue. And you know what, actually, because I'm not sure which punch needle I used, I'm going to go ahead and take this out. All right. We can reuse this. But since I already had this one halfway done, we'll start with it. All right. Now my child is not OCD, but I am a little bit, just a tad, barely. So I am going to do the lighter at the tip and the darker at the back to keep it with the other one. So it's just a little curly, but you can always steam it if you don't want to fight the curly, but it works just fine. Well, that looks brighter than the other one, but it is the same. It's out of the same skein, so we're good. Just looks bright. Toy Rodeo stole the cat again. I hear him. I think it's rude. Alright, I am going to, real quick, take this green that I just pulled out of here because I have not found that green. So let me just look real quick while I have my ladder here and I can get up to my yarn. It's a much mossier green. And I don't see where I have any of that. Very mossy. That may be what it's called, is moss. Alright, well. Hi, bud. What are you doing? Is Mommy on the ladder? Is Mommy on the ladder? You have to see what Mommy's doing because hers on the ladder. Although this is almost that color. Okay, so I did not find is a little darker than this one. So we may have to stay with where we were, because this is probably a shade darker, maybe 2. Yeah, that's quite a bit darker when you look on the screen. I'm holding it just to see. Yeah, alright, that's probably not gonna work. Okay, y'all. Remember I said everything just gets piled underneath here? Oh, he saw a bird. So I keep throwing all my stuff over to the side, right? When I'm... What you doing? Hey, look at me. Can you explain to me what you're doing? Hey, over here, dude. Binksy? Binks. Alright, well, he's not gonna behave. But he is trying to use my rug as a tunnel. Him and his shenanigans. Toy Rodeo, are you listening to me? Probably not. He has his headphones in and he's playing a game. What do y'all bet? Oh, that thing was delivered. It's on the front porch. I was besmirching him and he was listening. Yeah, because we should have the poles. We had 2 sets. We had one set that was in here, and one set that was in my office for Poshmark. We have 2. So either under the guest bed on the far side, there should be another one of those packs.
Okay.
But that's yours,
I know.
because it's bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. Isn't it funny how everybody gets a different ad break too? It just cracks me up. That was just too much. That was just too much. Okay. See, these are even different sizes. I mean, I could make them the same size, but ads are done. Did you see when I flipped this over a while ago from the front side? Duval. Alright. So, that is all of the blue we'll be doing right here. This is predominantly going to be greens. Let's go ahead and do our yellows. You know, do I have more of this? um, Okay, y'all, I'm thinking just a second. Because I think I'm going to do this and this. Not this. We'll save that if we need it. Okay. Okay. You know what? Nope. Let's do this. I did my mind. I think on this section we are going to outline our yellows first. Yep, that's what I think we're going to do. We're going to do that, okay? All right, let's do that. Any objections? Nope. Okay, great. And see, what I'll say is, if Duval says she doesn't like that, you know what I'm going to say? But I asked you if you had any objections, and you did not speak up, so this is what I went with. Oh, that's too funny. I am entertaining myself over here, people. Entertaining myself. I ask myself questions. I answer those questions. I can hold a whole conversation with myself. No problemo. Oh, I wasn't doing that. That was wrong. Okay. We tease my daughter because she can talk to the wall. Oh, and what was it I said? I told her husband, I said, I found out what it is she does. Because he'll walk in on her and she's just having a good old conversation. And it's called oh, crud. It was so funny. Oh, quit. Quit hitting buttons. Um, something about individual podcasting or some kind of podcasting. It was hilarious. I was like, I just figured out what you do. But she was an only child. I was an only child for 9 years, so you know, you learn to entertain yourself. You don't need other people to entertain you. What was it? Singular podcasting or oh, I don't remember. We'll have to find it. It was hilarious. All right. So let's outline this one over here. See, this had to have been machine printed on, this pattern. And this pattern was for traditional rug hooking, but I changed it. So, but it had to have been when they were doing the mass producing on burlap, because this is burlap. But this one has, I mean, you can tell where the machine has slipped, because I'm kind of having to rebuild a couple of these flowers. Toy Rodeo, did that work?
That other thing is not where you said it was.
Okay, are there extra poles in the one?
No, I have that bag. I've already gone all the way through.
Then they're under there somewhere.
I'm sure it's around somewhere.
Because I gave it to her
I thought you did.
and she brought it back. Yeah, she did. She did.
Whatever you say.
Duval, you're being besmirched.
Yes, she is.
I'm pretty sure she brought it back. Yes, she did, because it was the zipper that was broke.
That's fine. Whatever. I'm
Remember?
just saying the other ones that wasn't there where you said it was going to be. But I now have one made for you.
Is there one still in our car from when we took it down? No, because that had, nope, it's not. I'll find it.
That's why I'm not worried about it, honey.
Okay. But she did bring it back because remember she said the zipper was broken on the thing. Look at all the seed. We're losing a lot of seed. Okay. So we have these two outlined. So now let's do the light color on the edges. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going to do this the opposite. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because it's outlined. Because we're going to have white here, so I don't want to be too light. Let's see. Let's see what we're thinking. Is your water sitting there?
I think with so much other stuff going on this morning,
Yep. Whoops. My yarn just fell on. There we go. Okay. Let's move to this one. Although really I should have put this at the tip because it's brighter, like newer, right? We'll have to see when we get the, although it may need this brightness because of the white that we're going to have. All of those are things, right, that you have to think about. Okay. So I was sitting here staring at these flowers, at these leaves, because that's a lot of green, right? So Oh, I'm cold. So let's think about this for a minute. If I just do these lines, where's my color? Oh, that's a happy little song. So if I just do these stems in this color, which brings it from the middle to the next one to this one. Okay, sorry, hold on. That one will just make me have to punch faster. We don't want to have to do that. That would take care of that, and then we will use the green we've been using for the little flowers for these leaves. And maybe do the reverse. Use the dark for the veins in these. Use the lighter for the veins in these. Or even go lighter. I really like this pea pod. I really want to use this pea pod. The grass green is too off. But I think this pea pod just gives a touch of bright. And if you look, there's actually a really bright color in here. Then on the big leaves, we're going to use this color probably to do the veins. And then this color for the dark leaves. That's what I'm thinking. Let's play with one and see. Let's just play and see what we'd be thinking. So, hold on, because I'm tangled. Just make sure. Wow. Okay, let's see what the wind is now, because I'm about to lose my bird feeder. What was that one? If anybody is looking for what looks like maybe a fire pit cover, it's in my yard. Oh, too funny. And I haven't even been on Facebook. That's on the neighborhood, the next door app. Oh, we're still only at high wind warning until 7 p.m. and we're at 28 miles per hour, but our gusts are hitting at 43. Well, there you go. All right, I think this is more of that color. Here's my, hold on, I'm just trying to, I'm untangling. Yeah. And this is this color. So I'm just gonna wrap this around and we can use it first. So I rip this out of something. And that way I know. Because I'm getting it all tangled over here. See, I don't even know where that one is. Okay, so that's that. That's that. This color I do not need. It goes over here. That's why it was in the wrong thing. This I don't think we're going to use. This is in the wrong thing. This is more of that. Whew. Sometimes you just got to reorganize, right? So that you can find what you need. Okay. So again, that goes there. These poor little birds, they are trying so hard to land on this feeder. Alright. We're now done with these yellows for the moment. this is a slippery little yarn, so it does try to fight me. I'm wondering if I have another brown. Okay, hold on. We're gonna try one more thing. One, because I need to kind of make this little brown last. Let's put it in with this brown. So it'll still pull that color, but I won't have to use it twice. I mean, I won't have to go up and down. Binks, you're missing the rodeo over here with the birds and the bird feeders and them trying to stay on. You're missing the rodeo, dude. Alright. I do need one of these. Hey, where are you? Whatever. Come look at the birds. Come look at the birds. Okay. So if we do this together, it will take up, one, it will make it thicker, and two, I won't have to use the lighter red brown twice, because it should be thick enough that we only have to go up here once. And so with that, do we then just go here? Although I really don't want to, but that would make sense, right? Let's think about this. Maybe I only use this. We're rethinking this. We're going to rethink it. I always start with a plan. I don't ever stick to this plan, but I always start with a plan. And work from there. Ooh. And it kind of, you can see it's kind of twisting, so whichever one is at the back will not be as prominent on that punch, so you get a different look. It's not going to all just be one look or one color all the way, so that gives it some cool texture too. All right. just dropped. Now I can always dye some of this if I need to. So I'm not real concerned about it, but I'll have to find a color that works. It's probably got undertones of purple in it, so I would say chocolate, but I'll have to look at the Oh, cool. Our bargain bins are always so picked over. I used to sell on Poshmark, but even Goodwill had gotten wise to how much people were recharging, and they just upped all their prices around here. And I think our bargain bin for Goodwill is like downtown Fort Worth, and I'm not going. It is not worth the drive. Okay, so I am going to leave that one. Cool. Y'all need those foam cutters, huh? All right, so I said I was going to do this dark, right? As the I really want to use the light, but I won't. That's awesome. Alright, so I'm going to take this one. Yes. So this one, the background will be white. Then it'll be up against the blue here. I'm still trying to bring in, so because that center rose got so lost originally, we brought in this, we outlined it in this color. This is all I have left of this color, but I'm trying to keep moving that just a little bit out. So I've added it to this one, so I didn't have to punch it twice because this is thinner, and two, then if I do run out of this on this round, then I can take this color out if I need to on the very end, and it still gradually goes out with your eye. So that's where I'm at on that. And I'm taking this darker green to be my stem and my vein in the leaves on this, that's going to be the lighter. Although this was the one that we were doing, and I really need to find something comparable to that. Maybe I'll take that to the store here in a little bit and see what I find. Like I have time to do that. Because that is quite a bit lighter than this one. But it's a mossy green, and I don't know where my mossy, I don't have anything mossy. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What is today? Just 3rd, right? 4th. What is today, 4th? I've already lost a day this week, y'all. How have I already lost a day? Oh. Okay. I could have done this blue one, but I didn't. We may have to go back and do that one. Do have a lot of this green, so that's good. This one I'm using to outline with. What you doing? Why am I only seeing your rear end? Oh, here. Y'all can't see. Why am I only seeing your rear? Hmm? I keep hearing this little noise down here. Wow, we've got some wind. I know I keep saying it, but it is loud. Woo! Oh, okay, I gotta take this call. Hold on just a sec. Okay, sorry about that. We may have another call coming in just a minute, but we're at least getting on the schedules to get things done. So, okay, hold on. One more thing. I am juggling a lot of stuff at the moment. And then I always have my silence unknown callers on, and then I miss calls, so I've got to turn that back off. I think we have a plan. She wants this whole background to be white. And, we'll see. It wouldn't have been my choice, but we've got 2 sections completely done. Unless she wants something changed later. And then I think I have a plan on the leaves, because there are a lot of leaves on this section. Which, with the leaves being so dark, the white may work really well with it. But I may need to take another phone call here in just a bit if the roofer fence dude calls. Our winds are back up in the 40s right now. So no reason to get it fixed at this moment. She picked the colors. It's not going to be a surprise to her, and she's probably watching this come to life, so I'll get a text if she doesn't like something. Can you change that? The only grace I have is that monitors don't always show the colors, so she's just going to have to wait until she sees it. get a drink. And you know, the thing with the roof is I only picked up like 3 tiles, and I can see kind of where those 3 came off, but hey, that's a good idea, Fancy. That's what we'll tell her. Alright, we're gonna reach under there. My arms are just not long enough. And then let's go over to here. And let's finish this one out. See, we got attached to something over there. so I am gonna do this. We'll start here. Alright, and then we're going to widen this back out. And we'll turn and do this one. Alright. And looky there, we have all of the veining done. So I think that's where we'll stop for today. Let's see who we can raid. Everybody hang in with me. Let's raid and then y'all can go after that. Well, let's see what they're doing. Alright, let's see if we can go over here. I'm going to turn off my music. Thank you, Fancy. Let's do this. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Come back tomorrow. Let's get this done. And we're going to raid now.
Welcome in, Raiders. I create with Candace. Welcome in. Oops, I forgot about this screen. Let's give you a shout out.